Alright guys, before we get into the gameplay today, I have a big announcement. We got a sponsor for the stream. So, a company decided to sponsor the content that I do, and it has given me a code for 25% off and free shipping on their website. So, today will be the first day I will be showing this on stream. This is the brand. I will also be running a timer that has a 1 hour for the link for the brand, and hope you guys check the shop out. Use the code LING in the shop for 25% off and free shipping. So that's the big announcement for today. So that we can jump on into Genshin and enjoy the content. That'll be a new addition to the stream. I put it in the top corner so it's not intrusive to the content of the game. And hope you guys will check the shop out. It's pretty cool stuff. I'm glad to be sponsored by them. Besides all that, we got a half hour until the boat event, so to run through Genshin content, and about a half hour will start that boat event. Hope that the panel isn't too intrusive. Sombra guards and graders suddenly awakened. Unfortunately, a huge threat. Fortunately, attack against waypoints are a silver bullet on this battlefield. Scouting and shooting might just be the best strategy here. Increase crit damage and increases crit damage by 100%. Additionally, the active characters normal target attacks Unleash a shockwave upon hitting an opponent. I don't like that it's rune graders, but it sounds pretty easy. Doesn't sound that difficult. Okay, Batman. Got a damn server for me to do. What do you want? Get your attacks out of a certification survey. We'll connect. We'll be collecting the data of any kind of information such as your nickname and account ID and information entered the survey such as your age and your certification level of the game. Browser information such as your browser language settings, IP address. We collect the data for the following purposes of conducting user profiling analysis and sending you a reward. No obligation to accept and agree to these data choices. They may opt out at any time. So, yeah, I was born in 1993. My gender is male. Overall, how do you feel about this version of the game? Somewhat. Which of the following characters / weapons do you own? I have Klee, and that's about it. No, I have the Pride too. Crazy that I got the Pride, to be honest. Well, how satisfied you with the following characters or weapons? Klee. Somewhat unsatisfied. Pride. Extremely. How satisfied are you with the following aspects of the character Klee? Control of movement. Very satisfied. Character. Very satisfied. Support capability. I don't think she can support at all. Art and visual elements. Very satisfied. Teamwork ability. Her abilities aren't really. In a solo situation, you can't really use it for the teamwork, but in co-op it's good, so say somewhat. Damage dealing ability. Very satisfied. How satisfied are you with the marine hues? Extreme. Did you participate in the Echoing Tales event? Collecting the conches. So I collected all of them. How do you rate the difficulty of collecting the conches during the Echoing Tales event? Stupidly easy, to be honest. Did you read the text for the Echoing Conches? I read it in detail. How did you find the consistency between the text of the Echoing Conches and the overall story of the Golden Apple Archipelago? Very consistent. Would you be willing to participate in gameplay that incorporates a storyline again in the future? Definitely. Story is the best thing for games. If you don't have a good story going along with the game, it's not really the best. Overall, how satisfied are you with the character's outfits? Barbara's outfit. Extremely. Jean's outfit, somewhat. How suitable do you feel that these outfits releases are for the character? Barbara's very suitable. Jean, I'd say somewhat, only for the fact that I'd say somewhat that it's somewhat suitable because she is a 5-star, but is that really inclusive of the fact that you have to pay for her outfit? I don't know. How do you feel about the pricing of Jean's outfit? Somewhat not worth it. How satisfied were you with the Dark Quest Chapter 2 Prologue Autumn Winds Scarlet? I'd say somewhat because it wasn't really much to it. It was more of a build-up thing. I'm not sure about that. The following questions about the Legend of the Vagabond Sword. I participated a lot. Each of the following statements must describe their main objective. Trying to get the highest score possible. How sorry the overall expense of the Legend of the Vagabond Sword. Somewhat. Which boss experience did you dislike? The Mango Kenki for sure. How do you feel about the following aspects of Legend of the Sword? Legend of the Vagabond Sword event. Clarity of event rules and prompts. Extremely satisfying. Overall joy. Somewhat. I'm required to earn the rewards I want. Extremely satisfying. Overall difficulty of the combat. Somewhat. Yeah, somewhat. The following questions are about Kaboom combat. I participated a lot in it. I was satisfied with the overall experience of the Kaboom Ball event. Extremely satisfied with the following aspects of the Kaboom Ball event. Not much joy in it. It was just tennis, to be honest. And everything is pretty good. Have you played Kaboom Ball Challenge in co-op mode? Sometimes. Questions about the never-ending battle, which was last in never-ending battle. Participated a lot. I'm satisfied with the overall experience of the never-ending battle. Somewhat. Did you use the Harpastum to obtain momentum? I try my best to admit. How well do you rate the momentum buffs? Helps significantly. How willing are you to continue experiencing Genshin? Definitely willing. How willing are you to recommend Genshin packs to your friends? Quite willing. Do you have any comments or thoughts you want to share with us about version 1.6? Gonna put the what was it? The event card higher than max points at well, I still have 20 minutes until the vote event.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Now,
Add as
what am I to click?
add as
I have risen. Used today diligence. Did prosperity. Oh. Tomorrow is diligence. So I need to do a ley line, piece up my resin. We'll do that one.
Job. You're open. Want to taste my hammer? Another test subject. You're open! That tingle cry! Picked the wrong test subject.
Not synchronized, that's sequence. There it is. That's our resin used, so we're not up at 16. island? Really? Skipped out on this island on every other one. Days. I skipped this island and put multiples on other islands. Finally use the main island. Let's try that again.
Oz, reveal thyself! Teamwork is strength! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Take this!
How are you going to know?
Let's light it up! By royal decree! Yeah. I'm going in! Shadow Raven!
Why am I stuck?
This realm is no
How did I
home
get
for a
stuck?
princess.
Oh, that is annoying as hell.
Life goes on.
How did I get stuck? Why they gotta put logs there?
Oz, reveal thyself!
Power that ended Hydra! Back at ya!
How? Really?
Wheel of life.
Tainted. Oh, mother. Why is there a barrier?
Crew, set sail for home.
Why is there a barrier? They put a barrier in this area? Oh my god. I swear. How are they going to put a barrier in this smallest area? Oh my god, I swear.
Teamwork is dream. Let's light it up by royal decree.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Take this. Odds revealed by. Everybody stand back! By royal Shadow Raven, let night fall! Eyes on me! I'm going in! Oz, Midnight Phantasmagoria! Everybody stand back! By royal decree!
Oh, 1200. Not bad. Not above 1,000. Cool. Good. Not horrible. Average. Really tilting me that they put it up there. So kind of give them a distance. Oh, it's by Alcon. Alright. Noble defense. Might have been faster to use zero. Significant distance closer. But not like they put the closest one on the bottom of the list. But, a 7. Try and do something.
Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
Okay. So, there's a tractor man. Accompany them, sparks the bar now.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
Off we go! Ha! Off we go! Let's light it up!
This realm is truly beginning to thrive. I cannot help but be stirred.
Another day. For the teacup.
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me. This realm.
Yeah, I did. Come on.
If you ever. Actually, as soon as we load back in, we can start our boat event. Fun.
It's already 10 minutes past the daily point of the boat. Not what I meant to do. Special event. Get our camera ready. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Today's event.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I'm trying to check out the village. Put out yesterday. Let's sail with our 100 energy.
Add Astra.
To murder some robots. Again.
I'm going in! Oz revealed Wings of Darkness!
Back at ya!
I don't like this one because it's for 2. So we'll go for that one. I actually don't know the layout of Now you're right.
Off we go! Take this!
Sacred name, fortune preserver, life goes on.
This one is slime.
Another job. Picked the wrong test subject. Should place my hammer.
When stuck on a deserted island, rain is a precious source of drinking water. There's no need for it now, though.
Rise. Like,
Oh, that's just annoying. Let's see for the ring. Couldn't double cross or melting. Vaporize. This one. This one.
oh, the sun's out. Oh, this meteorological transformation is most splendid. By royal decree.
Take this!
Got it. It's very difficult.
Adventure time!
Take cover!
Why do they never miss?
You'll get frostbite.
Back off!
Freshness preserved. Chill to the bone. Let's not waste time.
Wheel of Life.
Going anywhere.
This isn't good.
It's too
Stay right there. Let's end this quickly.
Rise. Well.
This is bad. I guess this is it. This was well done. This is trouble.
Odds repeat.
As you wish, mein Fräulein. So quiet. This was
Life
well
goes
done.
on.
You need to hurry up. Roast and fry.
I know what I was trying
You need to hurry up. This one's well done. Feels clogged.
This is only one guy. Wasn't that bad. So it's right over here. Really? A stone on?
Everybody stand back! By royal decree.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Take this!
Is that all it is? Yes, it is. Alright. How much more we got? 726,000 and 463. I don't think that'll be enough, but it will be a significant jump. A little bit more grinding. Gonna need. Lucy. What's that about Lucy? Name of the flower. And birthday.
3 new cans of popcorn you're buying.
Back off!
It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land legs back.
We'll have to wait till later for Christmas lights for the OC. Nothing in the first 2 spots. A little sad. And goal line. Am I fine out here either? Oh, not here either. Yes, the butterflies. Oh, there's Lucy. Guess not. Guess we'll get around.
Rise.
Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
Oh, I just ended it. I'm on the mistake. Enjoy that. I think we'll pause here and we'll them down to do our next. See what's going on. Yeah, this is actually faster. Fuck. Probably get a better score. It's closer to the end of the map.
I keep watch. You leave, you call me.
I guess where's it? You keep watch. While I do a rhythm game. If it's I'm playing closer to the song. Oh, I missed one. Damn it. Damn it, I missed two. Oh well. Next spot. I think
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Poya was telling me that that's it. Okay. All 40 areas unlocked. Yeah, more works. 30 primogens and 3 on them. Heroes went. And we can do it.
I smell rabbit.
This thing has a puzzle matching. Oh god. So once you find all the fragments by discovering all the areas, you have to go in the book on the top and unlock everything by dragging and rotating the fragments. Good lord, that's gonna take forever. I will do that in a second. Let's clear the world first. Get my rocks. Press just so we don't spend too much. Why did you why didn't you climb? Oh my god. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. So your only objective is to make me sad. I don't like that objective. I was like 2 seconds from that. Nice to know. Probably this now, but be honest, not that on control. It's probably not the fastest travel. The first one. 15,000 more for putting a puzzle together. Good lord. All these amazing cubes.
Back at ya!
It's putting this road event in a really good fit. Giving these extra rewards.
Keep back!
Not gonna lie. If the first fragment on the list like. Like 7 or something. 15,000 more, which is about a fourth of the ley line. Which, to be honest, is kind of sad considering how much time it took to do the event. I'm really wondering why Ohio is so stingy with rewards.
goes on.
Oz, reveal thy...
Guess my laptop is not uncrafted. Getting mechanic or because the event it was plastered as you're on a boat traveling through the sea. That's about it. They did hint towards building material. Furnishings for the house. So it'll be interesting to see what exactly it is about. Because I get the feeling that in order to get the furnishings, the two furnishings, you have to put the fragments together. Or is it do you get a perfect score on also events that could be the furnishings? Lord knows I didn't get perfect. I believe I missed maybe like 5 or so on most of these. So, tapping.
Faster, Wheel of Life.
Wait, am I too early for the butterfly? Oh, it was right there and I killed it. Okay. Let's see. That's probably wasn't in the right area for this. Teleported over here earlier. Then nab it. AoE ability. Clutch. I think that was the plan. And also try and at least as fast as possible. Well, I'm trying to ignore mobs. But there's a lot of places to go to, and the loading screens take forever. So it'll still be a chunk of time.
Keep back!
It's kind of the main reason why I put Razor on my farming team. So that it possible don't have to use Bennett to start a fire.
Keep back!
Razor's damage on rocks is like just an inch higher than Torpedo.
Keep back!
Which is why I think that we should
Keep back!
even if level 1 purely for gather mobs. If nothing else. Five-star claymore is optional, but it was cool. And the contrast on Razor. Probably the difference with George.
Take this! To ashes!
Interesting to see what the map looks like when they finally release Chasm, or it's farther than like, how big is the world map really going to be?
Take this!
Good for dying, but what did you call it? did you do that? You dodged the mine.
Prepare yourself. Leaving so soon. No escape.
Once we go return over is the stream not sponsored by the company? Just until the end of time, please. Why does it feel like Razor's turns so slow and takes up so much energy? The bullets. I don't know. Now we teleport all the way to Manta. And we can pause Genshin here. We'll pause Genshin for now.
Have you heard? The road is parting.
And switch to the spell capture. Boom. And boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we here at twitch.tv/Tectone and youtube.com/Tectone, we like to go a little bit outside of the box. So today, I would like to introduce y'all to a new concept, a new game show of sorts called a blood match.
妙ですねか。
blood match is what we're going to use in the future to hopefully settle the differences of any content creators that have beef from here on out. But today, we have two lucky contestants that, once again, Ari and Master, can you please say for the people watching at home that you consent to this?
Yeah, I
Maybe.
consent.
No, you can.
No,
You
I'm just
have to
kidding.
say.
I consent.
Okay, good. Now, I reached out to two of my friends here, Ari and Master, and I said, hey, do you want an opportunity to win $100? And they said, yes! Well, here's the twist. We're going to be doing a little bit of a game show of sorts where these two beautiful contestants are going to have to fight 3 bosses. These boss times will be recorded. The person who clears 2 of the bosses the fastest will be the winner and win $100. But the loser, not only are they going to lose that $100 that they could have got, but also the winner is going to get to go on their account and delete whatever artifact they want. And no, they don't get to pick a bad one. They're going to delete the best artifact on that person's account because isn't that just good drama? Now, once again, these people 100% consented to this. To be honest, it was more so their idea than my idea. So let's just go ahead and get into it. So before you leave that comment saying, oh my God, how could you do this? Wasn't even my idea, Jack. Let's get into it. Now, while I have y'all here, Ari and Masson, I would like to, show the YouTube homies a little bit about yourself. So Ari, for example, can you at least talk about your passion for Genshin Impact and why you play and who your favorite character is?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I was one of those people watching all the videos right before the game released in September, and freaking out about it, being like, oh my God, I really want to play this game whenever it comes out. So ever since it's come out, basically played every day. I am a for fun player, so I just have a good time collecting characters if I pick them up and, doing the daily grind. My favorite character? It's a hard question. Right now, I really like Hu Tao for aesthetic, Klee because she's cute, Child because he's cool, Zhongli because he's Zhongli, and I really like Kazuha. He's so cool, just because, I don't know, aesthetic is really nice, story is really nice, and I like the fact that you can get your enemies together and gather them.
True. Out of curiosity, do you struggle with anything in this game? Have you beaten Spiral Abyss?
No.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you lose, you're probably gonna be a little bit harder. So you gotta make sure you can win, okay?
Okay, I'll try my best.
That's all that matters. Masson?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Why do you play Genshin Impact? How much do you like this game? Who's your favorite character?
You know what? I love this game at this. Well, it's lacking content right now, but
Inazuma's right around the corner, dude. We'll be okay.
It really is. It really is. And yeah, I'm just just grinding out the artifacts for my Eula. Is my main character. Is the first one that I've actually built or trying to build properly.
Do you have any good artifacts on her?
Maybe.
Okay, well, if you do, you're about to be one less after this game show.
Wait, no. Oh my God.
No, I have to say, Masson, you sound a little bit nervous.
No.
No? Okay.
No,
I have nothing but the utmost faith in both of y'all. So we're going to do Ari's 3 challenges, and Masson, I'm going to tell you, you don't get to know how fast Ari did. So you both will be going in blind. Your times will be recorded separately, and we will reveal who the winner is at the very end. So, Masson, I will pull you back into the car in a little bit. And me and Ari are going to get this shit going.
Oh my God.
Now, Ari.
Yes.
Now, as you can tell, I'm going to have to be in your world to watch. So the gimmick for all these fights is that you're going to have to do them with only 2 characters.
All right.
So if you lose, okay, that just means that your time is infinite. And if Masson even clears it in an hour, he wins. So you cannot die. If both your characters die, and you can't revive. You cannot revive. Okay?
What about like food items?
You can use food and you can use heals, but if you die, you cannot revive the character. Nor you can't use the revives mid-combat. Okay? So choose your 2 fighters.
Okay.
And when you're ready, just let me know. Okay. All right, your time begins in 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck. Now, question right now, why are you using Clee versus Fireflower? Any type of thing going through your head
She
here?
does damage. I don't know.
Okay,
I just
alright.
was like, good enough for me. I probably should have used Kazuha with it, but he's still not fully built either.
I mean, to be honest, I think you're doing great. Now, I am confused why you're only using Tartaglia and you have a Clee with you and you're not using her, but you know what? You live your best life, Queen. You are doing
I'm just
great.
gonna do my thing.
You are doing great.
I probably should have chosen a different character now that I think about it.
No, I think you got this.
You know, it's okay.
Yo, Sponge Tartaglia, break the thing on top! You have to break the thing!
I know
Snipe
what
him!
to do.
Okay, well, you could have fooled me, Ari. Come on, you got this. Yeah, let's go! Beat his ass! Chop him up!
I'm chopping. I'm doing as much chopping as possible for my small brain.
I'm gonna be real, it's kind of a weird perspective because I killed this guy in about 2 hits. So,
I know you do, but I'm
try
not.
your hardest. Let's
Get
go!
him.
Okay, stop! Sick! Alright, dope. You know, a respectable time. A good first time.
Lee was there for moral support, okay?
Yes,
She's
he was.
so cute.
I think the thing that we should do for next round, Ari, is use 2 characters that can actually help you beat the boss. I think that'll be a sick strategy we might try to employ.
Well, maybe Madison will do something similar, and I can hope.
Hey, Ari, can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah, we're kind of far apart. We took different ways, but Primo Geo Bishop ain't no joke. So good luck. And are you sure you want to use those 2 characters?
No, I'm not done. I'm switching them.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Bam. Alright, this is gonna take a while. Oh god. Wait, let me heal my lad real quick. He needs some energy. I feel like I'm gonna lose an artifact tonight, and I don't really like that.
Nah, you'll probably be fine. It'll be okay. Good?
Wait, I'm gonna food buff too. Yeah, viewers, I'm cheating. I have an Adeptus Temptation.
God, Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm ready.
Alright. Well then, the moment you touch the ground, I'm going to start the timer, okay?
Okay.
Alright, so
Ah.
the moment you start, the moment your feet touch the floor, the challenge is on. Starting now. Good luck.
Oh, it didn't touch yet, but...
Yeah, well, it'll be fine. Probably. I mean, to be honest, Madsen's account's pretty garbage, so I'm pretty sure you got this.
Well, I think Madsen's gone through Spiral Abyss, though, and I have not.
That's okay, dude. We'll be alright. You just gotta believe. Also, you're doing really good.
Thank you.
I'll
my
be
God,
real. I
he's
thought you were gonna
spicy.
die, but your song lead kind of nutty. Ain't got cap. Let's go. Nice reshield. We're pogging. Ooh, pop them. Ooh.
Yeah.
Play with the autos. Poggers.
She's doing her thing.
Dude, you're beating the shit out of this guy. He can't do shit. He's crying to his mama. Okay. Don't die.
Oh,
no. Don't die. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Get him.
So please, do your
Okay.
thing.
Careful. Oh shit. Come on, Ari. Fight him.
I'm fighting.
25%. You're
I'm
so close.
unlocking.
Dude, you're actually beating this guy's ass. You're actually doing amazing. Bring the pressure. Bring the fight.
I'm gonna bring it back to Madsen. Madsen, you're not gonna get me easily.
God.
Go clean.
You're doing
got it.
absolutely incredible. Incredible. Let's go. Time stop. Huge. A respectable time. What was it? I'm not going to tell you. But it was pretty damn good. Okay. How'd you feel about that, Claire?
I felt okay about it. Because Clee's my gal. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I think
More
I
than me.
actually built that Clee for you like a couple months ago, right?
You literally did.
So this level 80 Clee has 1,000 attack. Surely you don't have a weapon on it. Oh dear God, you have a Skyward Atlas. Oh dear God.
I'm not very good at building the characters. I just play with them and then they're like
Yeah.
do the hit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, no, you're doing great. All right. Okay, thanks for talking, Ari.
and I just kept going with her.
Sick. All right, Ari, final boss versus the Boar King. Now, this will start the moment you unthaw the first boar. So, good luck and Godspeed. Begin. All right, your timer has started. And also, please kill him before I die of the cold debuff, because I don't really know what to do about this.
Oh my god, he ran away. I'm a little worried about it too, honestly.
No, I think you'll be okay. You have the Zhongli shield. You'll be
Shield
alright.
does not prevent against this. Oh my god, working.
Well, it'll probably be fine. Look at that damage, dude! You're popping off! Yeah, fucking get him, dude! Get him!
Working, you have nothing on me. I'm gonna eat ya.
Stab his ass!
He's getting stabbed.
Dude, your Klee does hella damage, dude. Good god.
She's
oh
cute.
My god, he shadow clone jutsu.
No Kagegunshi no Jinsu for you, Mr. Boar King.
We're good. Last 20%.
Shoot.
Come on. Take him down. Finish him.
I'm trying.
Lands the ult. Stuns him.
My Klee might die.
5%. Let's go. Okay. Good. Solid. Respectable time. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's CP the boss real quick. All right.
Oh, yeah.
So clearly at this part of our journey, the numbers are already set in. I gotta ask you honestly, how do you think you did?
Might be screwed.
Oh, really? You think you did that bad? Wait, really?
Well, okay, I think the issue is I was slow on my first boy, and if Masson was really fast on the next two boys, then I'm just screwed.
Okay.
But
there is a chance.
Yeah, there's a chance, maybe. I try to build my characters good, but I don't really know what I'm doing still, other than like what you told me that one time.
Yeah, well, hopefully me telling you what to do will help, and hopefully your account will be better, or it will still be fine, even if you do lose your best artifact.
That's true. Honestly, most of my Klee artifacts aren't the best anyway, so that's fine. It might be a different artifact if I lose.
Yeah, that's the spirit. If all your shit's garbage, you got nothing to lose anyways.
I have a few good things, so hopefully I'll be okay. Yeah!
All right, Paul, I'm gonna get Maston in here, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Maston. Now that I have you here, I want to let you know why I chose you and Ari. Okay? Because you and Ari have spent the exact same amount on your accounts, and you're also the exact same AR. So you'd figured it'd be pretty damn balanced. At least that's what I would assume. Now, I do gotta let you know, Ari kind of fucking killed it. Okay? She kind of popped off. So...
no! Don't do this to me.
Your back's kind of against the wall here, but I want to let you know, I haven't given up on you. Have you given up on yourself?
You know what? I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
Well, let's go to the fire flower and let's see what happens. Ready?
I think so.
Cool. Your timer will start the moment that you touch the tiles, okay? So begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck and Godspeed, Maston. Godspeed. Oh, wait, you killed him. Wait, you killed him kind of quick, though. Wait, hold up. Wait, yo, Maston, hold up. Wait, you killed him too quick, bro.
Wait.
Okay, all right.
Wasn't Ari faster?
No, okay, this is respectable right now. Okay, now you're doing kind of the same thing as Ari. Okay, wait, no, now you are using your second character. Okay, all right. You look kind of big. You look kind of big. Oh shit! You look kind of big. Okay. Oh Jesus Christ, Master, you're a fucking monster, dude. Oh,
Ari was faster, right?
We'll see. All right. So far, strong showcase. Are you ready to go to the next boss?
Yeah, I'm down.
Maston. Fight number 2. Your time begins the moment your feet touch the floor. Now, I have to ask, Ari didn't use food on the first fight. I know you didn't as well. I know you just popped the food buff right now. I gotta ask, did you just pop a whole ass of Adeptus Temptation?
Don't tell Ari this.
Okay. Your time will begin when your feet touches the floor. Good luck.
Okay. Alright, here we go.
And pause stamp, and Pogger starting. This is a fight. I'm predicting one of y'all's gonna die on this, but I mean, you both use Zhongli ain't gonna cat, so I don't think it's actually possible to die anymore. Okay, now you are using Eula versus the Cryo Primo Bishop, which is kind of questionable. At the end of the day, Eula is still Eula, so it's probably fine. Okay, decent burst, decent burst. You are getting in there. You are throwing punches. Okay. Not really as much damage as I was expecting after the first showcase. This might actually be incredibly close. This might actually be super. Oh, holy shit, that's a lot of burst. Okay. Oh, missed on one of the attacks. That could be detrimental. Goes in with the Zhongli ultimate. Shield coming off, doing the burst again. Pops me, almost kills me. And time. Okay. That's a really close one, man.
Oh
That's all I want to
God.
say. That's
No.
a really close one.
I blundered.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how I'm feeling about your odds right now, Maston, but there's only one.
No.
There's only one
No,
fight left.
Becky, please.
Alright, well, hey, Stalin won't do anything, so let's head over to the Dragon Spine and go fight that Borg King, and let's settle this once and for all.
Oh, no.
Alright, Maston, the hungering cold is setting in. I'm gonna let you know this right now. On your first hit of the ice cube, your time will start. So when you're ready, go hit their ass and good luck.
Alrighty.
And go! Time has begun. Good luck. Go, 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 go! You have to kill all three. You have to kill all three, Maston.
Oh my God.
You have to go back there. Wait, wait. You have to get him. Come on, Maston, don't miss. Okay. Borg King is summoned. Good luck. Hu Tao's E already been used. E comes out, nice, didn't collide it with the enemy, looking good. Hu Tao's E popped again, might have wasted the passive the first time, but still popping the fuck off. Hu Tao is making quick work of this fat poor fuck. Goes in with the stun, lands it, re-ease, gets the shield, goes in for some more Hu Tao damage, is absolutely beating the fuck out of this fat pig. Couple hits remain. It is very close on the timing, ladies and gentlemen, for Ari versus Maston's time. I don't know who's going to win this. The E's repopped again for Hu Tao, and time. Okay. The times have been recorded. Let's go back to Mondstadt.
Lost all my breath there. Felt like I didn't breathe the whole time, dude.
Yeah, that's all right. We're back, dude. We're back. Okay, Maston. So I know you were saying you were pretty nervous, but right now, after all three fights are in, out of curiosity, how do you think you did? You think you walking away? Did your Hu Tao just die?
From the cold, apparently. Yes.
What the fuck? Okay.
I think that's the sign, Tucky.
Yeah, that might be a bad omen. But out of curiosity, how do you feel like you did? Do you think you got it? You walking away with $100, or are you walking away with your best artifact being deleted?
I feel like Ari's pretty good, dude. I don't know. Yeah. She must have learned so much from your last video.
That's true.
When you helped her, you know.
All right, can you invite her to our world? All right, Ari and Maston, once again, I want to ask y'all the same thing that I asked y'all when we started this video. I asked, do you consent to this challenge? And you both said yes. Would you like to still consent to this challenge? You may back out right now.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna back out. No, it's fine. I will.
You don't sound too confident, Ari. You don't sound too confident. You really think you lost?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought I lost. What the?
Maston, why do we both think we lose?
I'm going to tell you this.
Power of our friendship.
I'm going to tell you this. 2 of the rounds were determined by like 2 seconds.
What?
They were incredibly close. Incredibly close. So I'm going to ask one more time. Do y'all both consent? You have to say I consent.
Yeah, I consent.
Okay.
See, Maston's even a child with me. It's fine. We're both.
I am now going to read your times. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Ari's times. The first one for Fire Flower was 1 minute and 7 seconds. Okay? The next time was Primo Gio Vichat with 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Oh.
And her last time, the Boar King, was a incredibly quick 59 seconds, sub 1 minute on the Boar King.
59 seconds.
Okay?
Oh my god.
Oh my
Now.
This is it, boys. I'm done. I'm
No,
done.
Maston, don't say that, Maston.
Maston's time. Come back, children, come back.
No.
Maston's time
Ari,
for the Fire Flower was a insane 30 seconds.
Oh God, goodbye world. I'm going to the void.
And now we're going to talk about the one that was the closest. Ari's time for Boar King was 59 seconds, .47. Maston's time for the Boar King was a staggering 57.98. Maston is your winner of 100 smackaroons.
Let's go.
Don't ult on me. What the heck?
Ari,
Yeah.
you know what time it is.
Oh God.
All right, let's go. The internet is gonna love me for making a girl depressed. This is gonna be great, dude. I can't wait to get shit for this video, dude. Fuck me. Imagine you were supposed to lose, dude. Fuck.
Oh no, dude.
Are you proud of yourself, Maston? Now you have to do this.
Oh, wait.
You have to do this. You have to go to this account, this barren account, and just delete something. Okay? Now I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna give you full reins. You pick a artifact set at random, and we're gonna delete one from that artifact set, okay? So you pick an artifact set. What artifact set do you want to delete one artifact from?
She really loves her Klee. I see. And we see all the lads there. You know what?
Just say Crimson Witch. Just say it, dude. Just say Crimson Witch, dude.
No, Maston, no.
Just say it, dude. Just put some venom on it, dude.
Crimson Witch.
Oh my god, dude! Jesus Christ!
I have like 6 of them.
Oh, well, we're about to have 5 of them, so let's say here real quick. Crimson Witch.
Jesus Christ.
So let's find 1 to delete. Oh my god, there's nothing here, dude.
Oh no.
Oh,
Wait.
you're so evil, dude. Oh my god.
No. Wait. Why weren't you farming artifacts? What the?
Oh, I've only farmed the peak of Vindarier one the most, to be honest, because I was trying to get something good for a child for about 3 months, and I never got anything.
Sounds like we're gonna have to keep trying.
No.
Alright, Masson, which one are we deleting? Dude, this feels terrible. This feels horrible, dude. I hate this.
Oh my god, my poor account.
Wait.
So,
Oh no. Oh no.
Fuck, dude, I hate this. Which one are we gonna pick? Or do you want me to present you with 2 options?
Yes, please.
Okay.
What the heck, Maston?
You know, I'm gonna say this right now, like, this one, it is plus 20. Okay, it is plus 20. And generally people would look at this and say, this is a really bad artifact, but for Ari, this is actually pretty decent. So we'll pick.
Ouch.
So we'll pick this one right here. And then let's also do this clay one as well. This clay HP 5-star flower. Okay, so which one would you like to delete? Clay's flower or Deluxe cup? Your pick.
Clee's thing is not even maxed, you know?
We're going to max it before we delete it. That way it's fair.
I don't know if you have. I have enough more. I'm not gonna lie with you.
Wait.
My God, you're kidding me.
I'm a poor person, okay? I'm poor. I farm things and then I spend it. I just 90'd my plasma today.
Don't farm pity. Don't farm pity.
You're
Maston,
making
tell
this
me which
worse
one.
for me.
Tell me which one, Maston. Speak it into this world.
We're going with the cup.
The cup?
Oh my
God.
God.
No. Sorry. The feather.
The flower? You're going with the flower?
Yeah.
Oh
All right.
my God.
Well, all right. Good news is that even though this artifact is good for you, pretty much everybody watching this video would agree that this flower is absolute shit. So we're going to delete this. And to be honest, it's probably more of a favorite. To be honest.
What?
Let me see if I can find something dope to upgrade. What are we gonna feed this into? What are we gonna feed it? You know what? We're gonna take this legendary flower, and we're gonna feed it into this witch's flower blaze.
Wait.
So let's feed this 5-star legendary and just feed it into this 4-star because why not? We're going to waste the experience too. All right, do you have any last words?
You're gonna feed it into this?
Yeah.
Horrible. All I'm gonna say is, now I need to farm this domain with my poor person resin.
Yeah, you
oh
do.
God.
Unlucky. Say goodbye. Let's see what we got. Hey, crit rate, crit damage! Let's go, dude! Poggers!
I feel like that's somewhat better.
Hey, to be honest, this is kind of better than your other flower, to be honest. Like, this is kind of better, dude, because the other one was ass. Hey, regardless, Ari, I don't feel bad for you.
No.
Maston, you're a horrible man.
Wait,
no. No, you're both horrible people. You're greedy, and you hurt an innocent woman today, Maston. You're disgusting. Anywho, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Catch you in the next one.
Okay, so I did all of the whatchamacallit, I guess puzzle combination thing.
The rite of parting?
So there was 8 different 15,000 more. Oh, there was 9. Yeah. So there was 9 different things we had to interact and rotate and drag to make a picture, which was a little annoying for one of them. With that was a Lotus coin. So 15 9 times is 6. What is that? 60 resin saved? Pretty much. Yeah, it's about 60 resin saved. Oh, that's depressing to say. Alright. Unfortunately,
I keep watch. You leave.
that is the way the cookie crumbles. Close down Crimson. enjoyed the Tecton video. Attention videos. Once I get to the AFK of each of them. Speaking of each of them, is 45 minutes of the hour. So I should try and get in game pretty fast. I messed up. I need to change this like I was. There we go. Get our day with some passion. Bob. Shift time. Isn't there Discord? Oh, there's Discord on him. Guess not. I thought I had the Discord interface before. Oh, I don't even have Discord open. That would help.
travel merchant. Which is a little satisfying. Okay. Eating that stick at the heart. Kind of. It put a lot of the meat in between my teeth. Kind of hurts.
Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows, we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Nothing's a stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. I don't wanna feel that way. I don't
Blank. Had a baby. Nice. Just put it out of control. Can't think of what I would want to put on there. 47 U-logs. Bad. Ah, I didn't extend it. Goddamn. Oh.
Was there something in my walk, how I talk, giving off the wrong energy? Was there something in my stride, too much pride, telling you to back down? Slowly, slowly, you became my enemy. But you can't seem to get enough of me. So if this is the last time, I guess I better make it worthwhile. Yeah, if this is the last time, I guess I better give it my all. If this is
Oh, this was everything. It started with Vendetta. Maybe we'll get lucky. Probably working barrage first attack. Probably. Stun spirits. First film. Wasn't the best idea to stand in the fire. Not gonna lie. Didn't work. Might be because of the surge. Probably what's stopping that. Need to not surge while going through the portal. That should be fine. Magic box. I keep on doing that. Oh well. Not good at doing the bleed first. I'm pressing the wrong buttons in the wrong order. Worried about my friends in the clan. The fact that they're thinking of doing drinking and it's good. I don't want to say it's better than drinking and driving, but is playing a video game and being drunk any better? Alright, see if I can do this quickly. gonna be difficult beating that a minute 15. The one thing I kind of want is a personal Dragon Rider Lance drop, but I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Kind of how horrible my luck is. Still didn't work? Alright, getting somewhere with the Dragon Bones. Seems to be quite a lot of money now when it comes to the end track. 5 kills left and 15 minutes to do. value. Ah, I should not have searched. Damn it. Oh well. I'll extend the kill like 10 seconds essentially. Fourthly, boom. Oh, that's one way to waste a overload. That's the test done. Nothing good. I'll get large plate and salvage. That's all like 300k. Well, let's go enjoy the sun. Should also be almost happy hour. So more tokens.
is Noelle. We've all seen the memes of how she's best maid, best waifu, second useless character after Amber, but as anyone who plays Genshin long enough realizes, any character can become overpowered. And as a Noelle main, I absolutely love her. She's the ultimate mix of shielding, healing, DPS, crowd control. This goes on and on. She's just the best all-rounder there is. And as I continued to play her and unlock her stories, I started to get more and more interested in her background. What I found was her origins, while short, are both heart-wrenching and inspiring. So, let's dig into it.
My name is Noelle, maid of the Knights of Favonius.
So, to begin with, Noelle's constellation is the Parma Cordis, which, roughly translated from Latin, means the Heart's Shield. And the Heart's Shield is a great way to describe Noelle, because through her simple acts of kindness, she keeps the darkness at bay. People of Mondstadt say she's everywhere. All you have to do is shout her name, and she's there for you. No matter what, Noelle is always trying to help others before herself, and her kindness is to the point where she's even willing to put her life on the line for the sake of complete strangers, someone she doesn't even know. A good example of that is Noelle's third story, which reads, quote, "Once, she learned that an adventurer was trapped on Dragonspire, so she decided to mount a rescue by herself. The snowstorm that day was terribly fierce, wiping out any tracks left by humans as soon as they were made. It was impossible to find a safe route to proceed, to say nothing of saving the adventurer amidst the snow. However, Noelle persisted in searching for the adventurer and eventually found him in a cave, suffering from severe hypothermia. At that time, her coat was completely soaked, and the water inside her bottle had turned to ice. Thirsty and hungry, Noelle still managed to carry the adventurer down on her back. The adventurer was saved, but Noelle, having overexerted herself, laid in bed for 3 days straight, suffering from a high fever. Everyone in the Knights of Favonius barely slept out of concern for her during that period. Fortunately, Noelle recovered. It was not the first or second time that something similar had happened, and everyone was deeply worried for Noelle. In order to prevent Noelle from putting herself in harm's way again, Jean had to invent some safe jobs to keep Noelle busy. If something were to happen, then Kaya would have to save the day. At the time of that story, Noelle didn't even have her geovision. She was just an ordinary person, and that is what makes her extraordinary. She, as an ordinary person, decided to climb a freaking mountain in a snowstorm of all things, just to help someone she didn't even know. Noelle is that kind of person. Of course, sometimes her kindness and determination to help backfires in a good way. My favorite story about Noelle is her second story, in which she saves Mondstadt by scaring off an evil merchant with her excessive kindness. You can actually find the merchant and his daughter from the story at the Wang Xuan. They'll give you a couple suspicious quotes about Mondstadt and their supposed business there. Anyways, back to the point of this video. As much as Noelle loves being a maid and helping others, she has her own dream too. Quote, like most of Mondstadt's young people, Noelle always dreamed of being a Knight of Favonius when she grew up, end quote. That dream meant everything to her, and unlike most people in Mondstadt that had chosen to grow up, face reality, give up on their dreams, Noelle didn't. She stayed true to her dream, and while working as a maid, she tirelessly took note after note on the knights around her on what it meant to be a Knight of Favonius, what it meant to be a shield for others.
As a good knight should.
But, as anyone who tries to follow their dream knows, life isn't all that smooth sailing. There comes a time when you start questioning yourself. Maybe it's time to face reality. Maybe, no matter how hard I work, achieving my dream is impossible. Noelle had a time like that too, and it was when she was on the verge of giving up that she received hope, and it's described in the final story to unlock her vision. Some years ago, after failing her 7th selection test, which was really a foregone conclusion, she felt somewhat discouraged. The etiquette, swordsmanship, the lines she had memorized, had they all gone to waste? She remembered all the strong points of every official knight, but who would remember the hard work of a failure like her?
I am a disgrace to the knights.
She had never stopped aspiring to become a Knight of Favonius, but her exhausted body wouldn't let her get back on her feet like she normally would. She felt like someone who had spent days and nights traveling through an icy tundra. At that moment, the main gate of the Knights' headquarters were flung open, and out walked acting Grandmaster Jean, who had just been in charge of the selection process. Without a thought, Noelle gave a precise knight's salute, Immediately, she knew that this was the abrupt thing to do, and wondered what Jean might think of her. But just as she was wishing that there was some hole she might crawl into to flee, Jean stopped in her tracks and returned the salute. After a moment's surprise, Noelle gave a strained smile, clumsy but pure. This was a lucky day that she would always remember, for she would receive recognition from two all-important sources this day, once from Jean and the other from the gods. Her hard work had been remembered after all. From that day forward, vision in hand, Noelle reaffirmed her belief that she would one day be able to don that armor, that she would be gentle and reliable, and yes, everywhere at once too. I just love this vision story of hers. It's so darn relatable. I can remember those times when I doubted myself as well. Is this really possible? Can I really do it? Maybe I should just give up. And seeing Noelle in that exact situation just brought all those feelings back. As for wanting to crawl into a hole after doing something embarrassing, yeah, those feelings are still here. Noelle's story is one that I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to. She has a dream that she decided to pursue with everything she has, heart and soul. She doubts herself, but in the end she doesn't give up. She receives acknowledgement that her hard work was not in vain. I find that kind of inspiring. She is a reminder that hard work doesn't go to waste. She gives us hope that maybe dreams just might be possible. Now, story-wise, Noelle hasn't become a knight just yet. Currently, there are no storylines with Noelle in the game, nor is she really mentioned, which is kind of a sad thing for me. But I'm sure in the future she will get her own quests, and in them, hopefully, Noelle will finally become a knight and we get to see her hard work pay off. And that's Noelle's story so far. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and if you want to stick around, I'll do a read aloud of the other stories that didn't impact Noelle's main story, but are still pretty interesting. Noelle is always eager to help, sometimes excessively so. If you were to ask her how to build a campfire as she passed by, she would not only stop and build the campfire for you, she would also put up the grill racks, season the food, cook it for you, taste it herself to make sure it's done, and remind you to put out the fire when you're finished so as not to burn the forest down. Then, she would get back to whatever she had been doing beforehand. Of course, most people don't mind at all that she regularly goes the extra mile, but sometimes it can produce unexpected results. For example, a merchant from Snezhnaya once came to Mondstadt, ostensibly wishing to get into the winery business. In truth, he had an evil plot to ruin the land, destroy the winery business in Mondstadt altogether, and then seize the markets with wines from Snezhnaya. He disguised himself as an honest merchant with his family on a business trip to Mondstadt. Naturally, with them being visitors from afar, Noelle gave him a warm reception. Initially, the merchant was delighted with Noelle's hospitality. It was a cut above the crude etiquette he had come to expect from most peasants in Mondstadt. However, after a while he began to feel something was amiss. Noelle seemed to be able to read his mind. She correctly guessed his schedule, cooked his family's favorite Snezhnayan dishes for them each day, and even knew that his daughter liked to go to bed hugging a rag doll, presenting her with a handmade doll she had sewn together herself. This spooked the merchant and made him hesitant to execute the next phase of his plan. Noelle's warm smile now chilled the merchant to the bone. What else did she know? What was she really planning? In the end, the merchant fled Mondstadt with his family. Noelle was upset for a few days, thinking that she had somehow insulted her guests. Little did she know that all of Mondstadt was indebted to her for taking her job so seriously. Noelle is the maid of all maids to many. Such people also tend to say this.
I got that picture I took on. Yes.
For example, there's a child who once tried to get a plate during a banquet, but found that there was no way to open the cabinet without all the plates falling out. Noelle! All the child needed to do was scream, and Noelle appeared. She put the cabinet down on its back, took a plate out, and handed it to the child, reminding him not to have cold drinks immediately after having barbecue. Then, she righted the cabinet, cleaned up the other plates, and then put them back in order. Noelle's ability to be everywhere all at once is something miraculous to many. However, the job of a maid is no myth or legend. Noelle only does her job to the letter. No more, no less, as it should be, not as it should not be. Noelle doesn't think herself special, only that she thinks too much at times. Noelle's petite form does a good job of hiding her great strength. This does not just refer to her resoluteness or her indomitable spirit, but also her physical strength. Once, Lisa accidentally dropped her experimental apparatus under her bookshelf and troubled over whether she could remain decent while bending over to retrieve it. Noelle made it over in the nick of time lifting the full bookshelf with only one hand. And not a single book fell out between her hefting it and putting it down. There was another incident in which several cargo-bearing carts were attacked by pyroslimes as they tried to pass through Mondstadt's side gate. As the owners were all in a panic, it was Noelle again who came to the rescue, hurling the carts, cargo and all, into the cider lake before leaping into the water herself and retrieving every last item. Rumor has it that when Noelle was studying the blade, she nearly sent Wagner, who prided himself in his forging skills, into despairing seclusion. In all, he forged over 10 different swords with different ally compositions for Noelle, but all would lose their edge after a few uses. At first, Wagner thought Noelle unskilled, but eventually he found that the problem was more foundational. The swords just weren't strong enough. Putting his reputation on the line, Wagner finally made Noelle a sturdy and heavy claymore that was further reinforced by her affinity for Geo. Only then was her weapon issue barely solved. But don't worry, Noelle won't use her superhuman strength unless the situation calls for it, as she is a pacifist at heart. They say, however, that very day Noelle received her custom-made claymore, she was set upon by a pair of drunken treasure hoarders who thought her a harmless lamb. Let's just hope that no one else will ever be so unlucky. Noelle's greatest enemy, curiously, is not a person, but Ludi Harpastum itself. During Ludi Harpastum, long tables arranged in a circular shape and filled with all kinds of food will be set up in the plaza before the cathedral for everyone to enjoy. The food is usually prepared by volunteers who can cook. During this time, Noelle, who always holds herself to a high standard, joins the volunteers in continuously cooking and serving food. It's not really any additional work. What's difficult is that she insists on tasting every dish to make sure they are up to standard. The crispy moon pies, the sizzling Mondstadt pork chops, the towering pile-em-ups, all the friend and barbecue foods, equal parts delicious and fatty, are customary at the festival. The smiles on people's faces make Noelle truly happy. What makes her less so is seeing her bulging belly. She can't help but let out a sigh. For the entire month following the festival, Noelle will volunteer for the Knights of Favonia City's night patrol. The festival may be over, but her battle is only beginning. Warning of the Roses. The Maids of the Knights have many red lines that are not to be crossed, and one of these is that the personal information of the Knights must be kept in strict confidence. This does not only require restricting outsider access to such information, this restriction also applies to other members of the Knights. For example, what Jean keeps in her private quarters, the content of Amber's Baron Bunny, the number of special eye patches that Kaya owns, the number of Klee's hidden bomb caches. These things are all top secret. To avoid leaking such information, Noelle used red cloth to make a great many roses. In Mondstadt, this flower means my lips are sealed. She specially wove one such rose into her gauntlet as an ever-present reminder to herself. Revealing secrets would be a major dereliction of duty for a maid, and those who aspire to be knights cannot afford such errors. So, you can forget about probing Noelle for any secrets. She won't tell. Lighter than air pancakes, Noelle's specialty. These thick pastries are the special afternoon snacks of the Knights of Favonius. They give people the sense that they have fallen upon a layer of fluffy clouds, and seeing Noelle's smile makes the feeling all the sweeter. Awesome guys, so that's the last bit. It's been a while since I started recording this, putting it together, so I'm gonna head off and go ahead and get some of my own lighter than air pancakes. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and take care guys. Bye bye. Who is Chung Yun? This icy boy is one of the OG.
That intro was cool.
Who is Chung Yun? This icy boy is one of the OG characters from version 1.0. He has an awesome elemental skill that lets your entire team hit for cryo, which is pretty awesome. Unfortunately, in-game story-wise, there are no story quests for him, nor is there really any mention of him. But he does in fact have a story, and it is pretty cool, pun intended. Behind that icy exterior of his lies a huge, warm heart of a softie. So, let's delve into it.
My name is Chung Yun. My family has practiced the art of exorcism in Liyue for many generations. Fate has been generous in allowing my paths to cross with that of your distinguished self. Oh, no, My services are free of charge.
Throughout its long history, Liya has never had a lack of rumors and myths regarding all manner of evil spirits and demons. And regardless of the truth of such rumors, someone has to do something about them. Chongyun was born into a renowned family of exorcists and has possessed the natural ability to drive away all kinds of evil spirits from a young age due to his congenital positivity. His powers of exorcism are far beyond the norm. His mere presence is sufficient to scatter evil spirits. However, this has proven to be an inconvenience for Chongyun himself, for though he has undertaken hundreds of successful exorcisms, he has never seen a single ghost or demon. Chongyun believes that a true exorcist should exorcise evil with charms and swordsmanship. This natural ability that he has is just not orthodox. Therefore, he has dedicated himself to the study of exorcism techniques and martial arts, as well as seeking the haunts of evil spirits to prove himself an able and professional exorcist, even without his unique physical condition. Yet, when will that condition stop being a stumbling block on his path to self-realization?
Exorcism uses thaumaturgy and martial arts to conquer evil. There are other means to the same end, but they are not the true way.
When Chongyun first ventured out as an exorcist, there had been much talk of an evil spirit lurking inside Liya Harbor. The victim of these hauntings was a woman from a family with a high enough stature to even have a word or two with the Liya Qixing. From a time she knew not when, her sleep began to be harassed by sounds that kept her awake. But every time she tried to follow the sound, it would suddenly shift behind her and begin ringing in her ears. This shock caused her unspeakable distress, and she even lost weight for loss of appetite. Her wealth was enough to hire the best exorcists from all over, but no matter what they tried, they had to retreat empty-handed. And not only did the noises persist, they even grew in boldness. It was then, just when she had given up all hope, that Chongyun walked through her door. I apologize for coming just now. It has been far too sunny lately. I heard that this place houses a very stubborn ghost. Please, leave it to me. Then Chongyun brought a chair over and sat upon it in the middle of the house for a time. That night, the strange sounds were no more. The wealthy woman finally had a good night's sleep, and she came running to Chongyun the next morning with an overabundance of gold and jewelry as a reward. But Chongyun, as was his wont, only accepted his usual fee of a few hundred more without an ounce of emotion on his face. Ever since that incident, Chongyun has found that his reputation precedes him for miles around. He has become beloved in Liya for his style and character, and indeed, scholars have given him this appellation: a heart of clear water and a face of ice.
Heart be pure, evil be erased, mind be purged, world be... I always forget that last part.
However, calling his mannerisms and style frosty couldn't be further from the truth. Due to his congenital positivity, he is constantly troubled by increased body temperatures and sudden urges or impulses. He has tried everything to alleviate the issues, both physically and psychologically. His methods include not drinking hot water, not eating hot or spicy foods, wearing light clothes, not getting into arguments, keeping himself from being angered, staying indoors on sweltering days, and always bringing a parasol when on the job. In short, he attempted to stay away from everything that might aggravate his condition. Despite all this, his congenital positivity did not subside a whit. A little depressed, Chongyun began to wrestle with his own body. When he heard about an evil spirit in Dragonspine, he made for the peak wearing only a shirt. Though it was hard enough to keep himself warm, he still felt this was insufficient. Digging a hole in a frozen lake, he jumped in and soaked in the icy water while waiting for the evil spirit to show itself. After staying in the lake for half a day, he finally caught a glimpse of his target. However, after pursuing it down the mountainside, he discovered it was only a snow rabbit that had been frightened off by his flying swords and floating charms. The fever that he ran afterward lasted far longer than it would in a normal person. Chongyun's innate constitution of pure positive energy is not only a huge obstacle in his path as an exorcist, but a constant daily hassle. He must be extra careful to stay away from heavy things, to which he is very sensitive, or risk his positivity and emotions going out of control. Chongyun's clan once held a celebration party at Wanmin Restaurant, and though he waited until all the dishes had gone cold, he did not expect the tender rice balls to be stuffed with Julian chili. After but a single bite, Chongyun had no recollection of what happened next. However, according to the victim, namely Sheng Ling, the chef of Wanmin Restaurant, many unforgettable things happened. Chongyun first jumped onto the reception desk and shouted, "Everything's on me tonight!" Never mind that he did not actually have money on him. He then began to chat with customers at other tables as if they were old pals, bragging to them how incredible his clan's exorcist arts were, never forgetting to taste the other people's dishes on the tables before he left. Lastly, he claimed to have sensed an evil spirit in Wenmin restaurant. This he did not find, but he did slap a charm on Xiangling's forehead and chase her around with his sword. Afterwards, Chongyun scrimped and saved for an entire month to pay Wenmin restaurant back for the mess and any damages he might have caused. He also gave Xiangling an evil warding talisman he carved by hand. But Xiangling, for her part, didn't mind Chongyun's transgressions at all. Instead, she felt that the crazy Chongyun was the real Chongyun, without any personal walls up. Chongyun has had the privilege of meeting a true friend in his long journey as an exorcist, Qingshu. In contrast to the hardworking Chongyun, Qingshu was naturally gifted and had a more flexible way of looking at problems. After learning about Chongyun's troubles, Qingshu came up with a possible solution. If you can't reduce the effectiveness of your congenital positivity, what if you sought out an evil spirit that is immune to it? It gave Chongyun a eureka moment. Since then, Chongyun has no longer sought to alleviate his condition. Instead, he now tries to get Qingshu to come with him to find such a spirit. What? Sightings of the legendary Aoyin near the Sea of Clouds? Leave it to me. The old house at Feiyun Slope has been taken over by an evil spirit? My bad, I'll tend to it right away. A master exorcist is staying over at Wangshu Inn. I could learn a lot from him. Better go with a gift. Qingshu usually makes these leads up as he goes, and thanks to his advice, Chongyun often comes back empty-handed, blaming his bad luck. I tried my best to look for it, and even spent quite a sum purchasing intelligence on that evil spirit, but I wound missing it by a hair anyway, Chongyun says abashed. If Qingshu has time to spare when such an occasion arises, he will encourage Chongyun, treat him to some new cold dish that he has found, and then set off to get Chongyun's swindled money back. A warm and reliable companion indeed, so Chongyun thinks at such moments. Who could he possibly trust, if not his fine friend Qingshu? In truth, Chongyun wishes that he could fit in more, but he is often forced to reject the invitations of others on account of his need to control his congenital positivity. Of these practices, he finds one particularly incomprehensible: hot springs. Bathing and relaxing in steaming hot water? Even the sound of that scares him 100 times more than freezing in a lake on Dragonspine. However, he has also heard everyone sing yearning praises of these hot springs, praising their comfort, and asserting that they become more so the hotter they are, and that one is filled with energy for a whole week afterwards. Chongyun still doesn't know if this is true, or if people are just teasing him, and he would have dared to try it out, if not for the ever-present problem of his congenital positivity. Qingshu once asked him this: if you are able to master your congenital positivity and rid the world of all evil spirits someday, what would you do after that? This seemingly off-the-cuff remark troubled Chongyun deeply. Perhaps he had indeed missed out on a lot in life on account of his condition, but he doesn't regret spending time. If one way of living doesn't work, he just needs to find himself another, and in any case, he already has his answer. If that day comes, well, he'll go to the hot springs then. The times that Chongyun's family has passed down from generation to generation details every spirit they have ever subdued. From little critters to the monstrous demons ground in tall tales of horror, the varieties are almost dazzling. It was one such terrifying story that inspired Chongyun's vow to rid the world of evil spirits. But as far as he is concerned, inheriting these books has also proved inconvenient. Other than textual descriptions, the books also contain illustrations of said evil spirits that carefully detail their unique characteristics, even if the artist may not have been the greatest talent. But Chongyun has never seen an evil spirit in his life. Unwilling to break with the artistic tradition, he was at a loss. Ultimately, he would attempt to use his imagination to draw some suitably strange images. Thus did the field guide to demons and beasts grow ever more exotic. That's not to think too deeply about that 7-winged, 5-legged chicken beast, or that half-fish, half-hilichurl demon. Those other exorcists at least have the courtesy to wave their swords, or tack on some talismans. You just sat here for a while and now you say you're done? That I should pay you? Who are you trying to fool? Chongyun faced a great deal of suspicion when he first took up the role of an exorcist. He immediately faced one big hurdle. It was a lot easier to prove that evil spirits are present than not. Of course, he would seem a charlatan even compared to exorcists who just went through the motions. With all the ability in the world but no place to use it, looked on with suspicion and needing to suppress any passionate impulses. But even so, Chung-yun would not go with the flow and use some fancy act to cover for his real method of conducting exorcism. Even with his body getting in the way, Chung-yun has never once considered giving up. One day, he will become the greatest exorcist in Liya, control his congenital positivity, and rid the world of evil spirits. Perhaps it was this resolve that earned him the god's favor. That said, the vision granted to Chung-yun was one of cryo rather than pyro. As to which of his goals it was the vision responded to, that is also a mystery. I love Chung-yun's story. He's constantly struggling with himself and his mental health. He knows that he can go crazy when he gets excited, so he tries to be cold and unfeeling like his element, but he just isn't. And that's what I like about him. He's struggling with his own mental problems and trying to prove he's more than it by proving himself a capable exorcist even without his congenital positivity. How can you hate someone with a story like that? He is a freaking cinnamon roll. Anyways, that's as far as Chung-yun's story goes. Hopefully in the future there will be story quests involving him, and will he finally face off against an evil spirit and finally get a hold of his congenital positivity? I sure hope so. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and see you in the next one. Hello everyone, you're watching a video on Ganyu, also known as the Coco Goat. She is one of the most adorable, awesome characters out there. She looks awesome, is awesome, but what's her actual backstory? Well, let's delve into it and find out.
Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Joyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But, just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Joyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Joyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
Ganyu was born over 3,000 years ago and was the child of a Qilin and a human. Qilin are known as the most benevolent of the Adepti. However, being that she was a half Adeptus, half human, she was bound to live a different life than others. As a child, Ganyu was solely raised by Adepti with almost no contact with humans. She was carefree and ate what she wanted. She even ate so much she became as round as a ball and would roll down the hill whenever she tripped. It wasn't until she actually met her first human that she started to become aware of her appearances, of how she was different. The moment she saw her first human, she thought it was a monster, and she cowered within a cleft in a rock for 2 days and nights. Paimon in the quest laughs at the story of her meeting her first human, but for a kid, this is traumatizing. This event is most likely when Ganyu started to become self-conscious and insecure about herself. Consider that Ganyu was raised by Adepti, and most likely thought she was just an Adeptus like everyone else. Now, imagine having your world shattered with the realization that you aren't like everyone else in your Adeptus family and never will be. There's always going to be one half of you that's different from the rest of your family. Now, I'm sure that the Adepti thought nothing of Ganyu being a half-human, but for Ganyu herself, this shattered her world. And of course she did learn that humans aren't monsters, but to this day she is still very insecure about her heritage and how people perceive her. Every time someone in Liyue remarks about her horns, she lies and says that it's an ornamental heirloom, and is worried that if she told them the truth, they would distance themselves from her.
Morning! What's wrong? Is there something stuck in my hair? Oh, please don't stare at my hairpiece.
For most of those who do know about her horns, she also requires them to sign a non-disclosure agreement just so that she can keep her identity as a half-Adeptus secret.
This, hairpiece. It's actually my horns. That's right. I'm part illuminated beast. Qilin to be exact. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the way, please sign this non-disclosure agreement for me. And don't tell a soul.
Perhaps the worry about being found to be a half-adeptus makes her lonely. Xiangling even remarks about this whenever Ganyu comes to the Wanmin restaurant to eat.
Ganyu? Oh yeah, I remember her. Vegetarian, right? She doesn't come to the Wanmin restaurant very often, but when she does, she sits alone in the corner and eats her meal in total silence. Poor girl, she seems kind of lonely. I always give her an extra large portion because I feel sorry for her. Funniest thing is, she eats every last bite. Every time! I wouldn't have guessed she'd have such an appetite just by looking at her.
It seems that Ganyu draws a clear division between herself and the people of Leah. She yearns to be close to others, but she doesn't dare to get close. And while she isn't very intimate with humans, she actually has a closer relationship with the dogs around Leah. In fact, she's even given a name to every single one.
I've named every single doggy living in Liyue. But they're so funny. Some of them still respond even when you call them the completely wrong name. How fascinating is that? Like if people were to call me Bantu, how am I supposed to know they're talking to me? No way would I respond.
Despite her reclusive nature, there is actually one person that Ganyu looks up to the most. The god of Geo Rex Lapis, also known as Zhongli. She looks up to and admires Zhongli. This actually stems all the way back to when she fought in the Archon War beside him.
I have absolute faith in Rex Lapis. It was only through his leadership that we were able to repel the monsters and subdue the sea creatures, and thus protect the peace of Liyue. The sight of him protecting the masses, and the memory of our centuries of camaraderie, I shall never forget it.
The reason that Ganyu even became a secretary was because Zhongli was in need of someone to help guide the people of Leah, and so she signed a contract with him. Ganyu did fall in love with being a secretary though. In fact, she even thinks of it as her hobby.
My hobby? I would say my job. What? Why don't jobs count as hobbies? I thought hobbies are supposed to be things you look forward to doing, and that make you feel good when you've done them. That describes my job perfectly. So what's the issue?
Perhaps the reason she enjoys being a secretary so much is because people judge her based on her performance, and not because she is a half-adeptus. This could also explain why she worries so much about her performance as a secretary. She thinks to herself that if you strip her job away, all it leaves is her identity as a half-adeptus, which she is insecure about.
So yeah, I was wondering what your opinion is on my work so far. Would you say I'm more of a common chest or more of a luxurious chest? It's fine. I can take it.
As a half-adeptus, Ganyu is a lot more sensitive to the relationship between the adeptus and the humans. And in the story of Genshin Impact, there is a growing divide between the gods and humans, where humans are starting to become less and less reliant on the gods. This is one of the main driving forces behind the story. In Mondstadt, Barbatos doesn't rule over the people, so they are used to relying on themselves and not the gods. In Leah, Zhongli himself believes that having humans rely on themselves instead of the gods is the best way to move forward. It's why he staged his own death. He wanted Leah to be led by the Qi Xing instead of the Archons. Ganyu, as a half-adepti, is very sensitive to the growing rift between gods and humans. She doesn't know if when people find out she is a half-adeptus, whether she will still have a home in Leah. This is also the reason why Ganyu left Leah in her story quest. She was under the impression that the people no longer wanted to be ruled by the Archons, or anyone associated with them like Ganyu the half-adeptus.
When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only a matter of time until I had to leave. My Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor.
Thus, she sought out the Adeptus where she hoped she could be accepted. But while the Adepti themselves accepted her, Ganyu herself never fully felt at home. Of course, this did all turn out to be a misunderstanding, but there is absolutely a rising tension between humans and gods. And as a half-human, half-adeptus, Ganyu is torn right between the two. In the future, she might have to choose which side she is on. Will Ganyu actually have to choose between the two sides? I don't know, but the way that the story is unfolding so far, it is definitely a possibility. Man, I'm sorry guys, if you were expecting a lighthearted story about the Coco Goat, sorry to disappoint. I've talked all about her depressing stories, so let's go ahead and talk about her more cheerful side. You see, if you guys didn't know, Ganyu is an absolute foodie, and as much as she tries to hold it back, she just loves food. One of her favorite things to eat is actually Qingxin flowers.
Qingxin flower petals are pretty tasty. Incredibly tasty, actually. The only reason I don't plant any at Yujing Terrace is because they taste so good that I worry I wouldn't be able to control myself. Huh? Bitter? Yes, they are. Isn't that what they're supposed to taste like?
Ganyu is constantly struggling with her own insatiable desire for food, as well as her figure. If you guys didn't know, there's actually a story behind why she tries to watch her figure so much. You see, during the time of the Archon War, there was an incident. She once choked a giant monster to death with ease after getting lodged in its throat when it tried to eat her, said monster having fatally underestimated quite how wide her waistline was. For Ganyu, avoiding any similarly embarrassing episodes in the future is an absolute must. It doesn't explicitly say this is why she started watching her figure, but it's definitely a large part of it. There's one other adorable fact about Ganyu, and it's the fact that she loves naps. One of her character stories describes, outside the confines of her work, Ganyu very quickly shows how different she is from most other people. She has a habit of taking afternoon naps and has a shockingly accurate internal clock. When lunch hour arrives, no matter where she is, she will simply curl up into a ball and fall asleep on the spot. Even the raucous dancing of hilichurls will fail to wake her. These habits were at first just a running joke within the Lie Qixing. But once, after accompanying the then Tianshan to lunch outside the city, a well-fed Ganyu simply crawled into the nearest roadside haystack. She ended up being transported all the way to Diwa Marsh, awakening only after bumping her head during the unloading. Unable to find Ganyu anywhere over the subsequent 3 hours, and knowing that she will not depart unannounced, Tianshan almost filed a missing person report. After receiving a stern admonishment to only take afternoon naps when it's safe, Ganyu retorted, well, isn't everywhere in Lie safe? Perhaps, with a mixture of human and illuminated beast blood flowing through her veins, Ganyu's understanding of the world's affairs is a little different to that of most humans. I just love that story, it's too freaking adorable. Ganyu just loves her naps and I totally understand her. Anyways guys, hopefully that story cheered you up. Ganyu is such a precious character that deserves all the love in the world. This is Ganyu's overall story so far. It may not be the happiest, it may not even be the brightest, but it is hers. Anyways guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello everyone, you're listening to a read aloud of Child Tartaglia's story. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Character details. Despite holding one of the most senior positions in the Fatui as one of the 11 Harbingers, Child very much looks like the young adult that he still is. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing, however, for under the cheerful and confident appearance lies a deadly swordsman. He is the youngest among the Harbingers, but one of the most dangerous among their number. That said, Child doesn't seem to fit in well with the others. As a fighter first and foremost, he is quite at odds with this organization of deceit and treachery. Story 1. As the youngest Harbinger in the history of the Fatui, Child is hardly bound by convention, and plays by his own rules accordingly. Though this lone wolf is not so well received by his peers, and is also at odds with their methods, his cavalier demeanor hides a responsible, watertight meticulousness. He is a proud man of his word. Even if the promise he makes is absurd, he will never break him, be it exterminating all the dragons inside their lairs, venturing into domains of extreme danger, or single-handedly overthrowing the territory of a nobleman. He not only keeps his promises, but also does so with finesse and surgical precision. As the Harbinger's vanguard, Child always appears in the vulnerable underbellies of Snezhnaya's enemy states, striking as a conflict is about to erupt. Story 2. Many myths in Snezhnaya say that Tartaglia has been on the battlefield since he was 14 years old. Oddly enough, at that young age, he already seemed to be a skilled slaughterer with mastered many forms of martial arts. But more terrifying than his skill in combat was his passion for it. Perilous battles would only excite him, and terrifying foes would only exhilarate him all the more. Child's arrogance and conceit are derived from honing himself across countless battles, and from unmatched combat experience. On the other hand, because they fret about the way his quarrelsome personality tends to invite unwanted trouble, the other Harbingers constantly try to send him on missions to places as far from Snezhnaya as possible, so that they can avoid the fallout. The man is incomprehensibly ever in the eye of the storm, and these unusual experiences have also made him quite the show-off who revels in the praise of others. Unlike other members of the Harbingers, who prefer to keep a low profile, Tartaglia will often go to watch public performances, occasionally even becoming part of the show himself. Story 3. Ice fishing has been one of Tartaglia's hobbies since childhood. In those days, he was known neither by the names Tartaglia, nor Child, as the Fatui call him, but as Ajax, named by his father after some hero's tale. He and his father would cut holes open upon frozen lakes, before sitting beside them and tend to their fishing lines. This was no easy task, and would sometimes take the entire morning. But whether it was chiseling away at the thick ice, or the long waits in between catches, he was always accompanied by his father's unending tales of adventure. These were stories of his father's adventures from when he was young, and they became the future that Tartaglia secretly envisioned for himself. So he would pay close attention, putting himself into the shoes of the protagonists of those tales, immersing himself fully in them, even as they waited for a fish to bite. Even after leaving home, Ajax, later to be known as Child Tartaglia, would keep up that hobby of his. No longer accompanied by the stories of bygone days, fishing instead became an opportunity to train, to hone his endurance, and reflect on combat techniques. Such long periods of meditation to refine his skills swiftly relegated the question of a successful catch to irrelevance. Story 4. Unlike what the rest of the world may think, Tartaglia was not born with his exceptional skills in battle, but he would never speak to everyone about that critical fateful encounter of his. When he was 14, he fled his monotonous life at home with nothing but a short sword and a bag of bread in hand. That 14-year-old boy got lost in the snowy forest. Pursued by bears and wolf packs, he lost his footing and fell into a bottomless crack in the earth's surface. There, he witnessed the endless possibilities of an ancient world. There, he would meet a mysterious swordswoman. Or perhaps one should say that this dark realm had sensed the burning ambition in this boy's heart. This darkness was something that the Harbinger Child could never again delve into. In those 3 months, the swordswoman taught Tartaglia how to pass through the abyss unhindered, and more importantly, nurtured the ability to stir up endless havoc from within Ajax's trouble-mongering nature. No one knew what happened within that darkness during those 3 months, nor would Ajax ever speak of this to anyone. When his worried mother and sisters finally found him in the forest, only 3 days had passed in this world. Thus did Ajax's first adventure end, with his now rusty short sword in hand. This would mark the end of his youth and the beginning of his days as a warrior. Story 5. By the time he returned home, the young man was no longer the same. He was no longer frightened and hesitant, but had become frivolous and confident. He acted as if this world revolved around him, and as if battle existed for his sake. Conflict often brings about change, and this capricious, incalculable change attracted Ajax like a revolving kaleidoscope. In the eyes of his father, the third son that he had so worried about had changed for the worse, bringing much havoc uncalled for to the seaside village of Morpesa. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Ajax had become a nexus of strife, for no matter where he went, fights and squabbles would follow, and he reveled in it. Ultimately, after a huge brawl was pacified with some difficulty and with some near-fatal misses, his father had no choice but to hand his beloved son over for conscription into the Fatui. He hoped that the strict military training of the Fatui could hone his son's temper, but wound up watching fully armed troops getting the stuffing beating out of them by a mere child. This was a great disappointment to his father, but it also caught the attention of Pulcinella, the 5th Harbinger. Shocked by Ajax's great strength, and curious about how he had invariably became the Eye of Vortex of Discord, Pulcinella inducted Ajax into the Fatui under the pretext of meting out punishment, ordering him to start from the bottom and take up the duty of serving the Sarista. His insatiable desire for conquest would thus be constantly satiated in fighting for the Fatui, and his ever-burgeoning ego would gorge upon the elation of vanquishing mighty foes, until at last Ajax was chosen to be one of the Fatui Harbingers, donning the mantle of Child Tartaglia, and becoming one of the most powerful people in Snezhnaya. But becoming Tartaglia was far from his end goal. To someone who sought to conquer the world, this was but a tiny step in his journey. Tartaglia's letters to home. Dearest sister, are you all keeping well at home? Has the old man's headache gotten any better? Please send my regards to our parents and our siblings. I've sent some wind chill medication over from Liyue Harbor. It's very effective, and will probably keep him from nagging for a while. It should reach you after a few days. Apart from our father's affairs, I naturally haven't forgotten about gifts for you all. This letter should come with 2 kites from Liyue, a rattle drum, 2 porcelain dolls from Inazuma, and a crate full of various snacks. And please break it to Anthon that the residents of Liyue are just boring old, ordinary humans like us. They're not made of stone, and they don't even eat stones. Do not fret for my sake, Tonya, and refrain from making trouble for anyone at home. I will be home soon. When I have seized the 7 stars of Liyue and laid them at the feet of Her Majesty the Sarista, I will take the first ship home, just as I promised. And you know how I always keep my promises. Yours faithfully, your loyal knight. Delusion. Tartaglia's delusion is his old badge of honor and the proof of his strength. He still remembers with perfect clarity the day when he received his delusion and ascended to become a member of the Harbingers. As he stood before the cold, stern Sarista, Pedrolino, the very first of the Fatui, personally pinned this insignia onto him. It was his reward for slaying many terrible beasts, and a memento of countless battles. But it was not this that brought Tartaglia joy, for honor is the natural reward of the warrior. Nor did he pay any mind to the odd looks his new colleagues gave him, for the opinions and bellyaches of others meant nothing to him. The sight of the Sarista on her lofty throne alone stirred the young man's heart with respect and admiration, not merely because she opened the way for him to find an abundance of looming battles, but also because of the way she looked upon him. Her gaze was cold but pure, arrogant yet sharp. She was not only the sacrosanct Cryo Archon, but a true warrior also. Thus did Childe, having received his delusion, swear an oath of fealty to the one and only Sarista of Snezhnaya. And with that, that is the end of Tartaglia's story. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and see you in the next one. What's up guys, you're watching a video on the story of the Bloodstained Knight. This is actually one of my favorite lore stories in Genshin Impact, and this story is actually pieced together from the lore behind the Bloodstained Chivalry set and the Black Sword. Let me give you a little background info before I actually read the story, that way you know what's going on. So, the Bloodstained Knight was originally called the White Knight, and he was trained by Rostam, one of the strongest knights of Favonius of all time. And the White Knight was so obsessed with justice that he was willing to go to any lengths to obtain it, and the story I'm about to read shows his fall from the White Knight to the Bloodstained Knight because of his unending pursuit for justice. Anyways, that's pretty much it for background, so without further ado, let's get into the story of the Bloodstained Knight. There once was a bright white knight who longed ever for the path of justice. Clad in burnished armor, a mirror-sheen sword hung from his hip. Wherever there was injustice, man-eating beast, or fire in the distance, the knight would ride up in haste to cut, slash, and pierce. Following the teachings of the wolf pup, who taught him chivalry, justice, and swordsmanship, he cut, slash, and pierced them from head to toe, till justice had run its course, and the monsters moved no more. Thanking him for his valor, the damsel offered a reward. He turned down all she gave, save for a pure white flower. For a knight, chivalry's its own reward. This flower shall be my medal. That is all I need. He wore the flower upon his heart. Like his armor, it was stained as black as a winter's night. Like his heart, it was hardened like a tempered blade. Covered in blood, the knight who slayed demons returned from the scourged battlefield, only to find that those awaiting his rescue were nowhere to be found among the collapsed houses. Defeated, the Bloodstained Knight took the smoke-blackened goblet and vowed to rid the world of monsters, of poverty, and of evil. I began to lose myself in cutting, slashing, and piercing. When my blade's edge met my foe's flesh, it sent a tingle up my spine. Ah, I thought, that must be the feeling of justice getting its due. As long as I cut, slash, and pierce the evil in this twisted world, someday it shall all be cleansed. O foolish knight, slaughter in the name of justice is slaughter still. Nay, Slaughter in the name of justice is justice. Cut, slash, pierce. Thus will you see justice done. Though the white flowers the maiden offer you should be bloody black, though your sword should no longer gleam bright, though your fair countenance should turn hideous, and you should be forced to don an iron mask. Though those you defend cannot understand you, cease never. And so the Blackstained Knight persisted on his path, pursuing monsters in the name of justice, until he came upon an ancient, ruined realm, where he discovered the ultimate injustice. As the Bloodstained Knight reached out to help a person in need after slaying the monster, the way she cowered in fear made the knight realize he was now a monster himself, tainted by the blood and cruelty of his drawn-out war. Shield me from the eyes of those I vow to protect, and shield them the horrors I am bound to effect. In the end, the Bloodstained Knight could no longer tell whether the blood that stained him was his own or that of his enemies. Eventually, on his long journey filled with bloodshed, he came to a realization. His path of so-called chivalry had turned him from the white knight he used to be into the monster he had now become. His only followers were the ravens drawn to the bloodshed he left in his wake. Deep in the abyss, where celestial bodies cast no light, the Bloodstained Knight kept this timepiece, though time had lost all meaning. At an end was the Bloodstained Knight's story, for he realized there was no place for him on this earth. He ventured into the fallen ancient kingdom, and died in battle in the monster's lair. At the bottom of the world, he learned the origin of the monsters that destroyed the ancient kingdom. The ancient kingdom was wrongfully cursed, turning its inhabitants into monsters. The code of chivalry tolerates not such injustice. If abyss be thy name, I pledge to you my loyalty. And so the story ends for the White Knight, at least for now. His armor blackened by blood, his cursed sword salivating. Until justice runs its course, the blackened, bloodstained knight will be waiting. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is the story of the Bloodstained Knight so far. Will there be more lore about him in the future? I don't know, but I sure hope so at the very least. He's a super cool character in the lore that I feel can even become an actual playable character. Anyways guys, thank you so much for watching, and see you in the next one. Hello everyone, you're watching a video on an Albedo story read-aloud. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Character details. Alchemy is an ancient art, and many of its secrets have been lost to history. The few commonly known alchemy techniques of today are but enough to put some broken odds and ends together, saving you the money you would have otherwise spent on glue. Nay, alchemy is not so ignoble an art, or so most alchemists would protest, but as far as the average citizen of Mondstadt was concerned, that was alchemy. At least until the day Albedo suddenly appeared and decided to stay in Mondstadt. This young man displayed the true prowess of alchemy to all, bringing with him a massive corpus of wisdom that even the Sumeru Academia did not possess. The universe is heaven reversed, and the earth is a dream lost to time. This is dust, the most basic form of complex life. As if to provide evidence for this claim, Albedo lifted the burnt ash of a flower that once grew atop a Dendroslime's head. Seconds later, a Cecilia sprouted from the ash in his hand. And this is New Birth. Story 1. Albedo has a very important job within the Knights of Favonius, but does not often appear in public. Still, he does not have the strange and eccentric temper that people tend to assume of academics. In fact, he is earnest in all his dealings. He is, however, of the persuasion that it requires more energy to maintain relationships established on excessive enthusiasm. As a result, Albedo's equivalent of friendship involves maintaining appropriate degrees of distance. Whether shutting himself away to work or traveling and gathering materials, no one in Mondstadt knows how to find him. Albedo's tendency to avoid social interactions does not make him a cold-hearted person. He is sincere and contented when instructing his assistants, Timaeus and Sucrose. He finds pleasure in giving his sketches to the citizens of Mondstadt. Yet, he cannot help but feel sincere disappointment that Lisa, for all her great talents, has chosen to remain a mere librarian. Story 2. Albedo only got into Mondstadt because of his master's recommendation letter. On some level, this statement is true. Nevertheless, Mondstadt's gates are ever open to all, and a recommendation letter is not strictly necessary. Indeed, it could be argued that Albedo's life would have been far more comfortable without the letter. This is because the recipient of the letter was the famed travel writer Alice, an old friend of Albedo's master Reindotter. After receiving the letter, Alice considered its requests.
So, Ryan said that you'll need a laboratory, and not one of a size that a civilian could build either. I know.
And just like that, she threw him into the Knights of Favonius. The work of the Knights is actually quite easy for Albedo, requiring only 5% of his energy. Albedo had imagined that the rest of his energy could be spent on experiments, with the Knight's full range of apparatus at his disposal. And yet, Alice had a daughter named Klee. Yes, that Klee.
Dear Animal God, please make Klee's bombs blow in the right direction and only blow up bad guys. The end.
We'll be a family from now on. Treat her like a real younger sister.
From that day forth, remedying Klee's disasters would come to take up most of Albedo's remaining energy. Story 3. Albedo has no memory of any blood relations. From birth, he was already adventuring deep within domains with his master. Of course, Miss Alice, the Knights of Favonius, and that traveler who had a sense of the stellar depths about them, they are all important. And yet his master is unquestionably the most special to him. For Albedo, she is his only kin. She was a cold and strict woman who raised him and taught him the secrets of alchemy. The universe is the dark essence of the true starry sky, and the earth is the accumulated memories of time and lives. The chalk, that is you. The earth is where alchemy gets its name, and is the basis of all life. And this... She demonstrated her technique before him as a huge life form bursts from its culture tank in a shower of shattered fragments. This is New Birth. Story 4. Albedo once led a simple and contented existence. It was a life free of considerations, but dull in its monotony. Its purpose centered on accompanying his teacher, executing her orders, and meeting her expectations. But one day, deep in the heart of a dungeon, teacher and apprentice discovered an artifact known as the Heart of Naberius. From then on, his teacher disappeared, leaving naught but a single note, a recommendation letter, and a classical text. Upon the note was written, Albedo, go to Mondstadt, find my own friend Alice, and give her the recommendation letter. Complete your final assignment. The classical text was one of the last extant manuscripts of the Opus Magnum, which his teacher had always kept with her. If one were to push the definition a little, she had left him another gift, the title of Kryta Prince, and with it, the acknowledgement that she had nothing further to teach him. In the past, Albedo's assignments had always been very difficult. He had always believed wholeheartedly that his teacher would make good on her threat to leave him, should he fail. But this assignment she had left to him was far too hard, far beyond the limit of his abilities. Did this mean, then, that he was fated to never complete it, and thus never see his teacher again? Your final assignment. Show me the truth and the meaning of this world. Story 5. The alchemy that Albedo commands is wholly different from any of the arts practiced in the Seven Nations of Teyvat. Its lineage can be traced back to the nation of Conrial. Conrial was an underground realm, and its natural fauna were few indeed. As such, its alchemy focused more heavily on the creation of life. This art of creation was known as the art of chemia. Albedo had learned of this in his youth from reading his master's notes. The next stage after soil is chalk, which was also something his master had mentioned. Chalk is the spotless soil and was used to make primordial man. Now, Albedo understands alchemy in far greater depth than he did in the beginning, having also consolidated his understanding of knowledge. From soil was birthed chalk. The profundity of this statement is well understood by Albedo. Such incomprehensible statements are bound up in the memories of his master. His master was not his birth mother, but Albedo has no doubt that his life stems from her nonetheless. I hope I'm not overthinking things. When parents tell their children of the meaning of this world, they they must mean living a happy life, right? From time to time, Albedo finds himself musing on this sentiment. Albedo's artwork. Albedo developed his drawing habit while traveling with his master. At first, he would simply illustrate his notes, but eventually, he would discover that drawing the details helped him to understand the physical makeup of the objects he examined, being of great utility to his alchemical studies. Indeed, drawing allowed him to enter a pleasant state of clarity, one in which the only things on his mind were his observations and the work in front of him. Thus, Albedo became a master artist without ever having received formal training. When strolling through Mondstadt, he enjoys capturing still life, particularly people in moments of joy. Sometimes, he even gives his artwork to unsuspecting models, believing that such transient enjoyment, crystallized in a single moment, is something to treasure. Albedo continued to refine his skills in this manner, until one day when he was taken aback by illustrations from Inazuma. How was it that drawings of such generality could possess such narrative power? Amazed, he decided to give it a go himself. Eventually, after collaborating with a certain novelist by the name Xing Chu, Legend of Sword was printed and published. Unfortunately, it received middling reviews, being lambasted as a dictionary with divine illustrations. Vision. Gaining a vision came as little surprise to Albedo. Indeed, when he received it, he gave it a single glance before carrying on with what he was doing before. He barely felt any wave of emotion at all, as if this was something to be taken for granted. As far as he is concerned, his vision is merely a tool with which he can more conveniently conduct his research. That which truly sparks joy within him is turning the unknown into the known. One day, he will understand all there is to know about this world, and visions themselves are no exception. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is the end of the Albedo story read aloud. If you enjoyed it, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, I'd appreciate that. And I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hello guys, it is 2 a.m. and I'm tired. So, we will finish our beach adventure tomorrow, or in the afternoon. Let's find some breed for now. That's right. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Check out the clothing shop for 25% off and free shipping off your entire order. And hope to see you tomorrow after, or I'd probably see you in 12 hours if you're here in chat. Until then, have fun, enjoy yourself. Have a wonderful day, night, morning, evening, afternoon, and enjoy your time without me. See you.